Oh, didn't see you come in. Hello and welcome to the Ales and Fails stream. I'm your host, Ailwolf, otherwise known as Ales, gentleman streamer, the excellence of an execution, the no throne cicerone. And welcome back to stream, folks. Merry Friday, one and all. It's good to see you. We are on day 2 of the Stream Deck catastrophe, in which I lost the functionality of most of my buttons, and here I am trying to pick up the pieces, like the pieces of my heart. Of course, we got our furry friend over on that corner. You might know him as Churro the Corgi. He recently had lunch, and he's coming over this way because he thinks I'm going to give him something, but rest assured, he will get nothing unless you activate a channel point redeem. Or I feel generous, whichever comes first. So yes, today we are playing Elden Ring, which is a game that we have been playing for, I don't know, it's been several years at this point. Whenever it came out, a few months after that, I started playing it. I've been playing it off and on. I don't consider this a persistent campaign, even though this is a first playthrough. Like, I will play the parts, a lot of the game on stream, and I want to be able to play like the main dungeons and do the main boss fights on stream. But for everything else, side quest or like RPGing or like just random exploration, I reserve the right to just do that off stream. Before we get into more of that and more of the pain that it is for me, a cheesehead, to play Elden Ring, let's go ahead and talk about what's on tap today. And of course, we have to talk about what's on tap every time before we set our sights on the plan. Today we've got something known as Radeberger. And Radeberger is a Pilsner. As you can see, it's like this royal white container. It's got some gold lettering. It really shows you that it is very much a traditional German style Pilsner. You can see a slightly better version of the logo over here. Oh, there you go, Radeberger. I wonder what the actual pronunciation. I always pronounced it Radeberger, but if a German person turns around and says, "Oh, it's actually Radeberger" or something like that, then I would say, well, maybe they should have included a pronunciation guide. Now, Radeberger is a Pilsner. Pilsner is simply a lager. It is a traditional lager invented in, I believe, the city of Pilsen, and actually takes its name from that. The first Pilsner, of course, was Pilsner Urquell, and I'm sure you've seen that on the stores at some point. Now, what makes a Pilsner, honestly, it's one of those beers where it's more about where it originates rather than its particular consistency, because it is a pale lager, okay? So obviously it uses pale malts, but it specifically uses 100% barley malt from the Pilsen region. Where is Pilsen these days anyways? Where on earth is Pilsen? I guess the Czech Republic. So around that area, you've also got some very traditional hops from that area, and I would assume that trying to see if it actually suggests which hops it is. But if I was to assume that there was a particular set of hops, it would be the traditional German hops, things like Hellertau, which I do love to say, Hellertau. Pilsners are very light in body composition. They're very refreshing. They are certainly better than your crummy light commercial beers from America. I'm looking at you, Budweiser, and all your friends. But yeah, those are my thoughts on what a Pilsner are. Let's go ahead and go to Untap to see what exactly is the deal. What is the deal here on Tab? Let's go to intermission alternate. Okay, so here it is, and it's a from the Radeberger Gruppe. 4.8% alcohol by volume, crowned the official drink by King Friedrich August III of Saxony. Radeberger, a Pilsner style beer brewed near Dresden, is characterized by its dazzling and refreshing taste and has long been enjoyed by German nobility. Rest assured, folks, we are drinking the same beverage that the kings of Germany used to drink. Before all of that World War II mess. Anyways, so a fairly simple description, simple and clean as I like to say it. Let's go ahead and actually taste this thing. And let's go ahead and open this thing. I love these Radeberger cans. They're quite tall. They're quite handy. Like your entire hand grips the thing and it just feels powerful. I like most tallboy cans, but just the German decor on the can just makes it feel like a powerful relic or artifact. I don't know. Maybe that's just a me thing. Today we've got our Hefeweizen glass gifted to us by friend of the stream, John. John, wherever you are. Too bad we don't have a Pilsner glass. Those are slightly different than Hefeweizen glasses, trust me. They're not the same thing. And as most lager style beers, you've got a lot of the crispies on this one. It's almost like a champagne type a bubbling effect. Golden pale yellow, a rich head, very steely notes, lots of bread, lots of barley, a little bit of zest, but nothing citrusy, just some very nice zest. Famanale, dear viewer, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, it is like a mouthful of breadiness right there, like a soft, warm baked bread. Relatively light on the hop content. It is steely. Do not let me steal that away. It is a steely type of bitterness, but it is light. It is nothing that builds, nothing like an IPA or anything like that. In terms of body, I want to say 1.5 out of 5 in terms of body composition. Not as light as a cider per se, but certainly definitely on the lower range. No real sweetening notes. You do have that bread angle, which can be read as sweet, but whenever I think of sweet bread, I'm thinking something more like whole wheat, or of course your baked goods. And just rich, thirst quenching, delightful. Delectable. Let's go ahead and give this a rating. 3.5 out of 5. Today, let's give it a 3.75. I'm particularly thirsty today. And get away from me, ads. Cheers, we've got it. So Radeberger Pilsner is what we will be drinking for the first part of stream today. So, in terms of what we're doing today, like I said, we are playing Elden Ring. Importantly, for those of you that have been following along with the storyline, the last important thing that we did was that we defeated Morgott, the Fell Omen, like the actual true form of Morgott, and that was a lot of fun. I did use like an NPC helper in addition to my summon, and that was great, and I had a blast. That was a good fight. I'll have to clip that at some point. But ever since then, I went onto the mountain top of the giants and did a whole lot of running. It wasn't very fun, to be honest. Sometimes just the exploration to like I like going to a place and I like to check things out and say, oh, what's this and what's that? And I felt like as soon as I got to the mountain top of the giants, all that I was doing was running away from things, just trying to kill me. And it was just this very frantic type of feeling. So I didn't enjoy that area that much. During my time away, I did go ahead and take my Steam Deck with me, and I was playing Elden Ring on it, and I did two important things. Number one, Well, let's say I did one important thing. No, actually two. So the first thing was I finally got the Mimic tier. I found the Mimic tier at the bottom of Cyofra Well, which is nice. It's supposed to be the best summon in the game, and as you can imagine, because of how much I use summons in this game, I'm going to use the heck out of that tier. The second thing that happened, and again, I try to keep story beats to stream, but it happened and I was unaware that it was going to happen, is that when I got back to Round Table Hold, an assassin tried to kill me. And, I was able to defeat him after like 5 times. And, it was suggested to me that apparently Sir Ofnir, the all-knowing, sent the assassin after me. And then after I said, hey, what's the deal? Why are you trying to kill me? He was just like, oh, he was just doing his own thing. Don't worry about it. So that's the main 2 things that happened. Mimic tier, and then Sir Ofnir betrayed me and broke my heart. So those are the only story beats that happen. We'll see what happens today. Hello, Crabman Lizard Cloak. How are you doing today? Do you like this shirt? Can you imagine? Can you guess? What was it supposed to emulate? Or like, let me ask this. When I bought the shirt, they said, oh, hey, this shirt is actually based off of this character in anime. If you can guess who that is, you get a brownie point. It'll be in the mail. But thank you very much for popping in. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. And thank you very much for appreciating the shirt. I like... If you're here for more than one stream, you will realize that I like pink. And purples. Reds. And everything was red. We do have a question of the night. No brownie points for me. So actually, this is supposed to be a take on the character from One Piece. If you're familiar with that anime, longest anime ever, it is supposed to be a pattern after, what's his name? Don Quixote da Flamingo, which is, I guess, a one of the 7 warlords, I am told. So yeah, but tune in next time for another chance to win. Where was I? Yeah, so we do have a question of the night today. Question of the night. Do you like open world games? Feel free to answer that. I think I am squarely on the yes. Even though they can be a lot, I will never play more than one open world game at a time. It would be madness. It would be like playing more than one MMO at a time. Yeah, I do enjoy them. I do just like feeling like I'm out there and I'm just like checking things out rather than just going through a set path. Though again, a very huge time commitment. Not as much as I would want. I'm assuming that is an answer to the question. Welcome in, I go. How are you doing today? I didn't watch that far in. Gotcha. Well, it's a good thing that I didn't spoil it. There is a character that is called that. Hopefully that is not a spoiler. I guess it's kind of a spoiler, but that is all I will say. There's there's too many of them these days. Yeah, and I feel like there is this trend, right? There is a trend where a lot of franchises are going this way. Of course, I need not speak of The Legend of Zelda, which went in this way. And I feel like if people like AAA games, the idea is like they want to give you a lot of game for this one title. They will make it an open world to varying degrees, and your mileage may vary as to how much you want. Something like, Final Fantasy VII, of course, was remade, and apparently the second title is ridiculously big and great for those people that actually enjoy that sort of thing, but not necessarily the best approach for all. And I am simply a third person bystander on that topic. Let's see. Bro, it's been so long. There's no way I'm getting back into One Piece at this point. You know what? There's been years that I've completely stopped watching it, and I picked it up back again. I don't know. It's kind of like comfort food at this point. Like, I don't feel like I need to finish it, and I probably won't finish it. I'm very old. Crab man. It's just something nice to go to, So sometimes you just want your mashed potatoes. Except like with garlic and butter. French fries. But anyways, let's play some Elden Ring. Let's play some Elden Ring. Let's do that. And let's put up the volume here. Hopefully the volume is not too overpowering. Let me know if not. Okay. So we are playing on the PC, and we are using one of these handy dandy Xbox controllers. Neon greenish yellow. I should have chosen a slightly different color, but you know what? Here we are. That is what we will do. Sorry, I gotta arrange my cups here. One thing that I don't really talk about a lot is that I have a lot of cups here on my desk, for no good reason other than the fact that I like to show off the things that I am drinking. Because I'm a maniac. I'm a maniac. And what's the next line? That's for sure. No, they don't. Okay. Yeah, so I got a lot of cups. I gotta fix this. Get the ales can back where it needs to be. It can walk through the air and climb up trees. Let's see, what's that? Okay, that's a little bit better. Let's see. How far in are you? So I have made it to the arc known as Punk Hazard. And it is an island, of course, as with everything in One Piece. And maybe that's enough detail. That's so it's after the time skip. But yeah, definitely not caught up with the rest of the, like, where people are right now. Sorry, I meant in Elden Ring. So I just last time I played it, I defeated the third. No wait, is it third, fourth? So I defeated Morgott, the Fell Omen, in his true form. That is the last thing I did. How are you? Have you played Elden Ring, Crabman? The Ales Nation would love to know. Okay, so like I said, I have the Mimic tier right now, and I believe the last thing I did was I used it to defeat this giant tree person that was in this area. Yes, I did. I did. I have not. My preferred Souls-like is... Okay, somebody told me that I shouldn't pronounce it Neo. It was like Nio? Nio Jax. What is it? Spectrum Branch, fellow streamer, told me that they were playing that. Like I said, I haven't played a lot of open world games, but I do like the concept. I'll say that. Oh, and some dogs. Wait. Oh, it just came at me. Boom. And the fun thing is that I can theoretically overpower all of these dogs very easily, but as soon as one starts chomping on me and then a second one comes in, it's just like it's just a feast for them. It's a feast for thine eyes. Do you like orange soda? I do. Who? Let's go. Boom. Okay, and this one is not even awake. What are you doing? Okay, they are down. Like the terrible boys that they are. Neo was really good, but had a few quality of life issues, and then Neo 2 fixed most of them. Well, I'm glad that they were able to look at the work that they put forward, maybe listen to people, and then fix those things. That's generally the best way to approach sequels. Maybe I should check that out. But yeah, it's gonna be a while before I play another open world game. I was playing Breath of the Wild for a while, and then I randomly stopped, and I haven't gone back to it, even though I would love to finish it someday. And then play Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how rare that approach is these days. Imagine that, listening to people and fixing your mistakes. That is, you know, mind-shattering. Why would anybody do that? Yeah, so I'm going to say that, you know, if you want to see like high-quality Soulsborne type play, you are in the wrong place, my friend. You're in the wrong place. I am there very much a point of least resistance kind of person. Neo isn't an open world game. It's level based. Okay, okay, cool. I should look at a trailer. A trailer. Speaking of trailers, the last trailer that I saw, and this was while I was away, was the trailer for, what's it called? Grand Theft Auto 6, which at this point I feel like we can call it an open world game, right? The game is huge. I guess you could have called it an open world game ever since like GTA 3, but... Oh, sorry. To your health. But yeah, the graphics are so hyper realistic. I love the fact that back in the day, when I was a wee lad... No, don't do it! Great. You chump. Run. Who's coming? Who's coming? Somebody's throwing something at me. We do love that repost. There's somebody's here. Somebody's like throwing like lightning bolts at me or something. Let's walk slowly. Be very, very quiet. I hear something. Wait, what? Oh! I didn't even see that. It's like a lightning spear type of person. You know what? We're not gonna go through that kind of approach. That would be silly. I thought I saw someone, like, following right behind me, but it could just be like a shadow. How many people do we have? So it seems like there's only... Well, there's some guards over there. And then there's a single person right there. So let's take this person out. No, of course, there's a bunch of them. Run. Go. Wow. Just slam them with the thing. Is anyone else just shooting at me right now? I think we're okay. I think we will be fine. Until they notice all the dead bodies, of course. Tarnished golden sunflower. It's like, looky over here. Nothing to see. I think those guys are probably super strong. Super strong. Like the Orkin Man, you know? One of the greatest superheroes of all time, Orkin Man. Somebody is shooting something at me. Also the Bounty Man. Was he called Bounty Man? Ooh, Greaves. So we did get a piece of armor, which was nice. We're still in Leyndell, the royal capital, by the way. I don't know if anybody needed to know that, but yes, that is where we are. I wish I could summon, so I could just have a laugh with some folks. Now, if only those people came in separately, this would be a lot easier. Let's go ahead and drink some water. And of course, even though this is a drinks-friendly stream, we highly advocate the consumption of water. Water, as Kitana once said, is the element which brings life. It helps you stay hydrated, regulate your metabolics, and stave off the deleterious effects of alcohol consumption. So drink up and call me in the morning. Wow, and he is out. Ooh, golden rune. Beautiful. One more person still missing. I can't believe we actually took out that person. I thought that they were definitely going to just like get up and be like, hey, you, get your damn hands off her, Biff. Okay, so we want to make sure to approach. Fortunately, this guy doesn't have a shield. Down they go. Look at that. Mastery. Gravel stone. This is interesting because at no point during the game did we actually have to go through this. Uh-oh, more people. Boom. It's funny how these guys are just hiding in places. Okay, let's hope there's not too many more people just randomly hiding. Says a person that's invading a castle that does not belong to them. I feel like if we go through the main path, we're probably just going to find more enemies. It's like, hey, why does the palace have guards? Why would they do that to me? And let's see. Ooh, this person seems dead. Got him. Longsword's bolt. The bolt of the longsworn. I could have sworn. One of the issues with using this weapon, as much as I like it, is just the fact that it is actually very difficult to use in like small quarters. It'll actually just bounce off the walls before it actually hits my target. So it doesn't... I just have to make sure that I'm in an open space. Come on. Uh-oh. Okay, what is that? Hey, what the? That's what you get, chump. Chump. Nobody can beat the jump attack. I mean, a lot of bosses can beat the jump attack, but I like to think that sometimes they can't. And there's some stairs down there, of course. I really hope that there's something like huge, like awesome at the end of this whole thing, because this really is stuff that I didn't really need to go after. Golden runes, we definitely love those. There's some guards there, of course. I wonder how I can get that guy to follow me. Probably have to throw one of those long-range weapons, which I rarely have. I could always just hit him with magic, but maybe I should just look at my inventory, see what I have. Bolt. Let's see, weapons. Weapons. It wouldn't be the first time where I'm just going through the menu and then all of a sudden I get attacked. Well, I can actually use some of these colossal weapons, which is fun. One weapon that I always wanted to use was the colossal... What is it called? Banished Knight's Halberd. Like, I won this weapon. What is it? Not Reduvia. This one, Grafted Blade Sword. But I still need like 40 strength to actually wield it. It's a colossal sword, even though it's called a great sword. Okay, what was I doing? Ranged weapons. Finger seals, claw mark seal. Okay. I guess it doesn't... Okay, bolts, here we go. So arrows need... I need like throwables, not arrows. Maybe that's just under items. Okay. So it would be this stuff. Ruin fragment. I guess it would be this stuff right here. So throwing daggers, crystal darts. Inflicts magic damage. Blood loss. Maybe let's equip this. Can I just... right, I can't just easily equip it. Throwing dagger. Okay, let's try to do it like this. Let's try to pick off that guy. Got him. It's got his attention. Can't believe he had a magic attack. Who are those people? Maybe try and pick off this guy as well before we go on after that big guy. Oof. Uh-oh. These little minions, I can't believe that they already had magical attacks. You would think that the pawns of the game don't necessarily have those things, but they do. It's like you have to give them something so that they actually survive, I guess. I heard something. Wait, what is that thing? Uh-oh. Wait, it's like a tree of some sort? I wonder if it's immobile. Wow, the range on that. Come on, let's chop it down. Down it goes. Nice. So as long as I was able to get around it, then it wasn't that difficult. Ooh, smithing stones, we do love those. Lots of good stuff. I guess it paid off. No item ahead, great. Thank you for the tip. The hot tip. Okay. I think there might be just a couple more things that we are looking at over here. I feel like we may have defeated most of the enemies that were on our path. But again, if we get ambushed, it's game over. Which would be sad. We do have a good chunk of experience with us. What if I call that guy? Uh-oh. Oh no. I knew there had to be somebody hiding, right? Where are they coming from? Who's there? I know somebody else is coming. Oh, and there's... Any more? Let's hope that's the last of them. I know that there was a person praying. So that'll definitely be the last person that we have to actually go after. Whew. And that is them. Let's try and get a backstab. Boom! And down they go. Perfumer's glove. Let me not randomly set off any more targets. Target where shopping is a pleasure, of course. I guess that was not too bad. Before I go on this rooftop, it seems like the game is telling us to go on that rooftop. Let me go back and see if there was any more that I missed before I keep moving. I guess the one thing that I've got going for me is the fact that I am stronger than most of these enemies. at this stage. Why is it so dark? I'm really more of a daytime player, you know? Look, what kind of a jump is that? I don't think I'd make it. I also hear steps. Oh, this game is so dark sometimes. That's I think that's like one of those giant, what do you call them? Like ghost lions, zombie lions. Wonder if I can sneak past them. I definitely don't want to engage. If only I could call on a... Okay, goodbye. How far can we actually make it before they actually stop chasing? Oh wow. Okay, and they backed off. And they clipped out of existence for a second, which is always good. Let's go to that roof. I really don't want to face off with that thing. Okay. And we went down there. Let's go over this way. I'll explain on the way. And let's make sure that we don't like trigger any archers or something like that. Also, this was kind of a no-go. I know that there's a couple other rooftops around here though. Elden Ring really is a game of like trying to find the way forward. Sometimes you just have to make your own path, I think. Why didn't it play? Oh, I don't know. Let me see if those alerts are on. So I don't know if you heard any of this, but what is it called? Streamlabs and Stream Deck had updates recently, and it broke all of my commands. And I know that I had commands tied to alerts. So that could be broken, and I would be slightly less hesitant to check them if I couldn't, if I could just pop out of the game easily. Okay, so the sound alerts box should be on. You're welcome to try again, but I make no guarantees. I make no guarantees. Okay, so we could go through that line. Oh, there's another person there as well. I'm not gonna get mangled. What about this rooftop? The problem with going over there is that I wouldn't be able to go back. Yeah, I'd like to cross over there, but I don't think I can do it without like my horse, because I definitely have to run through the area. Okay, well that's enough exploration on this end. Let's go down here. What is that? Seems like there's a prize. Some more golden runes for our troubles. Person dead. And I believe this is where we started. What is that? Gosh, the problem here is that it's so dark. I've kind of just lost my place here. Oh, okay. No, not that way. Of course, not that way. If only we could get a summon in, that would be neat. Yeah, I'm a little more hesitant to go down over that way. I'm gonna go ahead and place a marker here to suggest that there's something to follow up on. And let me take off this one because this one was for the tree enemy. West Capital Rampart. Let's go ahead and place something that suggests that we should come back here one day. But not today. Let me fix these goggles. They become a bit much. Okay. So yeah, there's stuff to follow up on, but unfortunately I don't really feel like getting mangled just yet. Not today. Not today. That's where we came from, of course. Go this way. And this is where we met the dogs, if I... No, wait. There's a person there. Let's take this person out. Caught them off guard. Not bad. Not bad. All of the doors here are sealed with honey or tree sap or something. What does this say? Be wary of the left. Hey, what the? Jeez, that actually scared me. I actually jumped off my chair. Hey, there's a gargoyle up there. But I don't think it's doing anything. What if I shoot it with lightning? Come on. Hey, why did it randomly... Okay, good. That was obnoxious. Wait, oh my gosh. Once again, I thought that somebody was coming for me. Vulgar Bloom. This would be a lot better if it was daylight. Oh. Guard incoming. Are they coming this way? Seems like there's more enemies over here. I don't even know if that's the same guard. I hear I'm just like looking over this side, see if I can look around the corner, but that doesn't make any sense. I think that's as far as we take it on this end. Interesting that there's more to explore in this dungeon castle, even though technically we're kind of done with it. Random fountain. And of course that's the door that we took in order to reach the mountaintop of the giants. So we know that path. Let's check out this place last. There's something there. Oh, it's like a shade. There's a person there. Could be some kind of boss. And we got ads starting in about 3 minutes, folks. I'll try and find a safe spot somewhere around here, and we can take that break. What about this? Oh, it looks like a bridge. Oh, sorry, an elevator. It looks like a bridge. It's like, what are you talking about? Pull the lever. Can we pull the lever? Not doing anything. Oh, it's already here. Okay. I wonder where this leads to. Be wary of a strong foe. Okay. You know what? We will leave it right here. We will take that ad break. And we will be back with more Elden Ring. Here's hoping that I don't return to a dead character. So stay tuned for more. And hello and welcome back to the Ales and Fails stream. I'm your host, Ale Wolf, otherwise known as Ales. Gentleman streamer, Beer Goggles 21, Mama Ales, baby boy, and we're playing Elden Ring. I did want to give a quick shout out to friend of the stream, Dragoon Knight. I apologize that I haven't checked in very recently, Dragoon, but I hope you're doing well. Dragoon is a cool streamer. They do a lot of challenge runs. Specifically, I recall things like Final Fantasy Tactics runs where he uses specific types of characters to actually complete the whole game, which is really awesome. I also remember him doing a lot of stuff in the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Last, you were playing Claire Obscure Expedition 33, which is all the rage these days. If you want to see some high quality Expedition 33 gameplay, I'd probably suggest Dragoon's a safe bet. So hope you're doing well, Dragoon. Okay, so what? This thing told us that there was a evil, strong monster up ahead. Let's see how true that is. We're just like in rooftops or something. What if we take them down before they even see us? That's the ticket. Some guards, this and that. Like some kind of open plaza. And of course, somebody must have taken all of those people down. There's a couple of guards there. Actually, several guards. What if we continue to travel on rooftop? And it looks like some sewers. Now here's my question. Clearly these guards know that they're working for like a very demonic looking patron. In fact, most guards in this game are probably under the same boat. Why would they just, do they have nothing better to do? Okay, go home and be a family man. Says Guile from Street Fighter. Some lanterns. I hear some like really heaved breathing. Well, if we're gonna get ambushed, check out this layout of this place. I don't know. Well, I don't know. And of course there's the guards and maybe some marionette. Look at that. There's like 5 different things that can ambush you. So you know what? We'll collect whatever treasures we can. Oh wait, there's a wraith there. I know what that means. Uh-oh, ran out of juice. Down it goes. Okay. So let's collect as many treasures as we can and then we'll leave. Be wary of enemy to the right. Just got rid of that person. All of these honeycomb doors. You know, I'm kind of disappointed in the fact that... Oh. Hello. Disappointed in the fact that even though... Oh, wonderful. Come on. Where's my pot? Who needs combat when you can just kite these things? There you go. That is the ticket. Now, I do want to see how strong my weapon is compared to this creature. Okay. So yeah, they're strong hand to hand. Great, another one of these. Let's collect some of these treasures. Gravel stone. Not the great treasure I was looking for. A mushroom. It's looking like it's daylight again. And when the daylight... Wait, I hear something. Oh. More of these corpses. I wonder if the ones that I am actually killing are the ones that are getting reanimated. Because it kind of feels that way. Now my instinct is to run over there and see what's inside that door. But can I make it unnoticed? I don't know. I'd like to try. Hello, hello, Spectrum. Thank you for the welcome back. It is true. I am back. I'm back from the future. No, I'm not back from the future, but I've always wanted to say that. I hope you're doing well. We missed you. That's very kind of you to say. I did give you all a number of thoughts while I was away. So at the very least there is some reciprocity. No, reciprocity. Oh, you know what I mean. But of course, I would be remiss if I didn't suggest everyone watching right now, past, present, or future, whether or not you like the Back to the Future trilogy, please give our esteemed community member Spectrum Branch a follow, who's an excellent streamer. They focus on first playthroughs, and they're also a talented musician. So highly suggest you go visit them. If you want to see somebody actually know what they're doing in games, give Spectrum Branch a follow. Let's see. Well, Peru was great. So I know that I was a little bit negative with things. If you read any of my timeline while I was over there, it did read a little bit negative, and I guess I was a little bit negative on the subject. I don't know how familiar you are with. Whoa! Sorry, killing a zombie. So I don't know how familiar you might be with Peru, but it is a developing nation, and it does take some adjusting to it. The point of my visit was to see family, specifically my grandparents who haven't been in the greatest health, which I did, and that was wonderful. But yeah, I was traveling with my dad, and my dad skews heavily to his side of the family, and he kind of just dragged me along with it, and that was very unpleasant, and I didn't like it. And I was like, you know what? I'm not having this. And I kind of just like had a few words with him. So anyways, Peru was a mixed bag. I don't know if I really know what I'm doing. I think you know what you're doing, Spectrum. I think you know exactly what you're doing. Let's see. I can be quite familiar with. Whoa. I'm sorry. No, I mean it's fine, and it really is. Wow, this place is stacked. So, and there's a person like that is right there waiting to ambush me. So you know what? I don't see like the particular definitive place to go. Well, maybe this ladder. Maybe take the ladder. But where was I? So I should have figured. It is far more difficult for older people to understand, and that includes myself. But it was nice that he got to show me around because he's traveled more often. We mostly stuck to the city, so there wasn't no real like tourism involved. It was a fairly short trip. Did enjoy some good food. I was interested in the craft beer scene over there, as I tend to do. But yeah, it was just kind of a headache, and I absolutely missed my family here. So, it was good for what it was. Next time I go back, and I do want to go back, I'll have to do it on my own terms. That's kind of the moral of the story. I am richer for having had the experience. Cheers to that. But thank you for asking. I know that probably wasn't the amount of detail that you wanted to hear. I hope you've been well, Spectrum. I hope it's been good on your corner of the world. Okay, so I'm going to try and climb this ladder and take this person out without triggering the other people, maybe? I don't think this is gonna work. Hold on. Let me see if there's anything else on this side of the catacombs of this little hallway before I actually decide to go in here and lose all of these runes. Because by Jove, I will lose all of these runes. What is over here? Just a person praying of some sort. Yeah, honestly, sometimes family can make things complex, but we value our own autonomy too. Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know a single person out there that is just like, oh, you know what? Everything that my family says, I'm with them 100%, right? I think part of growing up is kind of dissociating yourself from some of the traditions and some of the beliefs that your family may have, imposed, for a lack of a better term, and kind of like finding your own path. So yeah, I'm very grateful that I was able to at least go out there. I haven't been there in 2 decades. So my dad was able to show me a few things about how to get by. But at the same time, he had some very arcane ideas about how dangerous things are. And the things that I shouldn't be doing. And I was like, you know, I'm like the head of a family. I just like I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like, let me be. I think I've been to slightly more dangerous places in the past. But anyways, I love my dad. I love my dad. He's just a little screwy sometimes. Okay, can I get that and still go back up here? I don't know. There doesn't seem to be like a staircase or anything. So I might simply just be limiting my range. Ale's in a leather jacket and shades. No one's gonna mess. You think so? I'd love to be that imposing, but as I have suggested before, Spectrum, I'm a shorty. Like, I can wear all the leather, all the sunglasses. I can have like, what is it called? Like gauntlets, and I'm sure that somebody that knows their way with the fisticuffs will definitely make quick work of me. Okay, I'm not going to. Maybe let's explore this. Wait, earthquake. Move. I don't. What is that? Oof. Tree spirit. God. Let me guess. You can't really summon allies, can ya? Oh wow. Jeez. Now can I pick it off from over here? Let me try and see if I can catch it aflaze. Given the opportunity, I'd like to see Machu Picchu. Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, I'm one of those people that, even though I grew up in Peru and I was there for the first 10 years of my life, and I've come back a couple of times, I have not really done any of the tourism, and part of that has been because, you know, my folks didn't necessarily have the means, and as a young person, I wasn't really interested. Imagine that. I was a fool when I was a young person. But I would love to do that now. It would be really nice to see some of that. Okay, I'm gonna cast a fireball at that thing. See how much damage it can incur. Oh, it's sleeping. What if I just run past it? What would that... Would there be any point to that? Well, I grew up in New York and I didn't even ever go to the Statue of Liberty, so it happens. Yeah. And it's that sort of thing, you know? It's that sort of thing. But yeah, it was an enriching trip. I don't regret it. I was just stressed. Oh, well, there you go. See, it plays. By Jove, it plays. Alright, let's... And of course, it barely touched it. Eat him up. I'm actually thinking of just not engaging at all. I'm trying to see if I run past it, would there be any benefit to that? Oh, what? Seriously? Okay. Well, that is... Whoa. Hello. No. Why is there always a guard in the dark? Walk away from the door. Yowza. Okay, get that treasure. Crackpot, nice. Now the thing about tree spirits is that you can actually get golden seeds from them. But again, I'm not taking on that guy without some help or without being like humongously over leveled. So, thanks, but no thanks. What is up here? Ooh, Side of Grace. See, now this makes things slightly more different. If I run in there, this might actually make things a little bit different since there's a Side of Grace right here. Leyndell's helm and armor and gauntlets and greaves. All this stuff. Deathbed dress. My favorite type of dress. Summoning pool is now functional. Does that mean that we can summon? What is this place anyways? How far are we into the city? Lower Capital Church. And that guy looks huge. Wonder if I can summon a person here. Let's give it a shot, since I'm sure that I can't actually summon what do you call these? Spirit creatures. Let's see if there's any players available to just give them a whack, a thwack. I doubt it. This rarely works. Nobody's playing Elden Ring anymore. Everybody's over at the DLC having the greatest time of their lives, looking for the Shkadu tree fragments. To your health. Let's see. I still haven't gotten the DLC. You know, at the rate that I'm going, Spectrum, there's a chance that I might never get it. I would love to try it. It looks like a lot of fun. But yeah, I wanna do as much of this game as I can. Like, it doesn't make sense for me to get the DLC given that I haven't really finished the game a single time. But maybe someday. If I'm not like totally burnt out on playing this game. Let's see. So obviously that's a strong enemy. Obviously. Obvi. Now, can I get what's behind them and then run back to the Side of Grace? That is the question. Let's see, have you seen Claire 33 Expedition game? It looks promising. So I've heard a lot about it. I've heard a lot of people that I trust with my life. No, a lot of people that I trust with what I play say that it's good. And it sounds like a fun concept, right? Have you played it in iGo? I actually plan to put it on my queue. I just don't think I'll play it anytime soon. Let's go for it, baby. Yes! And now let's run back to the church, like the chumps that we are. Look at that. Beautiful. Success! Let's see. Yeah, makes sense. I haven't, but I want to get it. Yeah, it looks like a good time. I like the story. And basically every single podcast that I played and like most streamers that whoa. Jeez. He actually came in here. Look at that. Well, let's see if you can go in here, buddy. Yeah. Well, I guess he wasn't that bad to defeat. Look at that. All I had to do was actually be brave for a moment and just like say, hey, no more. I am Ailes. I wear leather jackets. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. Let's see what else is around. Yes, exactly. That only works like 10% of the time, Spectrum. I must have been grossly overleveled. Grossly overleveled. Wasn't really even a boss or anything. It was just like a random enemy that had very very chunky armor. But yeah, I do want to try that game sometime. A liar ahead. Where is this liar you speak of? Okay, so there's a church. Don't really need to go there. What is down here? Like more sewers and stuff. I feel like this is leading us to, I guess spoilers for like what follows in the game, but I do know that if you go like lower into the capital, you'll eventually encounter Moog, which is the brother of what's his name? Morgoth. And so I don't feel like I need to go there just yet. But at least I know that maybe I'm on the right path. What I really wanted to do was try to see if there was any way to defeat that worm. Oh, that ladder's... How do we get that ladder down here? I guess we have to come from the other side. If only we could climb up. Okay. So, where did I come from? I mean Peru, but where did I come from? Maybe these ruins? Oh no, maybe from here. The hospital, of course. Da 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 da. Da no. If I drop down there, let's take these. Let's take this staircase. See what happens. And see what happens. Take the stairs. And call me in the morning. No, wait, this is... Yeah, this is where we came from, actually. Yeah, so this is the way. This is the way. I can barely see the person. Okay, cool. Right, and then the giant worm person is out here. The giant worm person, that's what they're called. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna run. Get some of these treasures. Keep running. Don't look back. As long as we don't see it, it doesn't exist. Oh, we already saw it. Never mind. Yes. Look at that. With the grace and speed of the quail. How do we get back, though? What is this area? I literally cannot see anything. It's like the darkest hallway. Quail man. Wait, what's the... If I could whistle... Well, you know how it goes. Okay, we're gonna run back that way behind little Sponge Man. And that's where it ends. Oh no, have all the ales taken away this man's ability to whistle? You know, I think I was talking to, I was exchanging messages with JB over Blue Sky. And we both match in the sense that despite how many times we've tried, neither of us can seem to whistle. And I've seen like tutorials and I've seen instructions and people have suggested to me how to do it, but I just can't whistle. Like the best I can do is like make a boiling pot sound, like that's as good as I do, unfortunately. Oh gosh, okay. Don't go too close to the enemy, thank you very much. I really liked Quail Man. It was probably my favorite one of Doug's alter egos. I mean, one could potentially make the argument that the other ones were only featured in like 1 or 2 episodes. But I was definitely obsessed as a kid with the idea of pulling off the quail eye and like making somebody just back off. And you know, you kind of try sometimes. It's just like you just make the big eyes at somebody and they kind of just like, what are you doing? Had to take my dog out. Did I miss anything? You know, we did encounter a couple of large enemies which we promptly ran away from. So there was that. But yeah, not too much. I've been kind of just like skulking around here in what's it called? Leyndell Castle. Trying not to get my butt kicked. So what if... Oh, they're all coming. See, they're like a gang. They're like, hey, what do you think you're doing in our house? We don't like your kind around here. The problem with these pawns is mostly that they have like magic attacks, so if I am too far range, they'll probably just do that. See? They'll do that, Shane. Oh, they all ran off. I think they reset. How come they all backed off? That's interesting. No, I don't suppose enemies in Elden Ring really run out of magic. Somehow that would be unusual. I just don't want to take all of them on at the same time, because I'll probably end up losing. Seriously. Ah, this weapon is too chunky for small hallways. Okay, that's enough of that. Take the ladder, take the ladder. Go up. Huzzah! I have no idea where this is, but we made it. That's something. Are they coming? I don't think they are. Open this door. Believe in yourself. I like your positivity, Crabman. I appreciate it. But if you've been hanging out in this channel long enough, you will realize that yeah, I'm not very good at this thing. This thing that I've been doing since I was 8, playing video games. And there's a giant archer over at that end. What is this place? Let's read the message. Time for behind. Messages in this game. Whoa! Seriously. Come on. Let's do golden retat. Oh, it's not really reflecting as well as I would like, unfortunately. Wait. Well, there I go. Wow. That's harsh. Let's see, let me give you some real pro gamer tips then. Hit them until they're dead. That is pretty solid. I like that. I'm gonna have to try that next time. Okay, so I think I'm done with Leyndell Castle, but I am going to do my darndest to get those runes before I leave. And that might actually require more than I'm willing to do. But you know what? We do love our runes around here. One of the things that I really dislike about Elden Ring, and there's this whole thing about how I'm not that good at this kind of game, but just losing runes after like a couple of hours of gameplay really grinds my gears. And I know that I'm not like the best player or anything like that, but I'm just like, come on, anything? Whoa. Okay, down they go. Nice. Last night I lost over 100,000 Amrita. Right, I'm assuming that that's the same type of currency. That sounds wild. So I feel that. Yeah. And I know that, technically speaking, if you're playing one of these Soulsborne games, it won't matter that much because by the time you meet the next boss, they will give you enough runes to level up to whatever next level you have. And really, the runes that you get along the way are not really 100% critical, super important, or anything like that. But at the same time, it still like stings, because you wanna go home with something to show, and sometimes that's not possible. Okay, so how do we make it all the way? We're just gonna climb. 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 There we go. Okay, and I believe this is where we lost everything. Are they still chasing? Let's see, where was I? Sorry, let me catch up on chat. Somebody's still throwing stuff at me. What is... You know what, let me not catch up on chat for a moment. And let me just get my stuff back. Okay. So... Success for a moment. Now I shall catch up on chat. Why did you have 100,000? Because it was dropped near a boss and it takes 215,000 to level up to the next. Oh, that's a lot. Dang, which New Game Plus were you on? Not even a New Game Plus. LOL, 65%. Wait, what? Something is... They're chasing, aren't they? This guy just doesn't give up. I'm gonna run past them. Ridiculous. What do you think I am? Wait, I think I remember this area now. Yeah, I think I've been here before. I think we're good. Saved by the skeleton-looking branch structure that crashed into the castle. That is not a good tune. Okay, but let's stick around here. I don't remember the grind being anywhere near that level. I'm around level. Okay. See, there we go. 2 pro players talking about high-end gameplay. And I'm kind of just like, I can't do this. I gotta get out of here. This feels just like middle school. Okay. Let's teleport out. I think I'm done with this area. Let's find something else to do. We've got our guide maps to suggest that we'll have to come back here at some point. So I'm satisfied with that. And I'm satisfied with the fact that we got a bunch of runes and a bunch of armor. So I think we're okay. Let's go do something else. Actually, when I started playing today's session, the idea was that I was supposed to do some stuff in Siofra River, which I want to do. That's actually why I titled this whole thing The Master of Mimicry, so maybe that's what we'll do now. To your health. And in case you're wondering, we are enjoying a delicious Radeberger Pilsner today. Where was I? Okay. So yeah, let's go lick our wounds at maybe the Table of Lost Grace. Oh, they changed the name. I thought it was the Round Table Hold. Let's go to that table. And speaking of great trips, right before we were going to Peru, so I had like 2 major trips, right? One of them was to Peru, which we don't need to talk about anymore. But the other one was we did go on a Disney cruise, and I think somebody was Slonko was asking me yesterday, and we were talking about just like the buffet. And you know what? I love buffets. If you're gonna stop by here to say anything, you'll hear me talk about how much I love buffets. Specifically breakfast buffets. Just enjoy the sausages, the bacon, the sausage and bacon, the scrambled eggs. Runny, not runny. The waffles. Not so much pancakes. And then like there's generally like some form of crispy potato. You know, maybe not necessarily like hash browns, but like steak cut fries. Nice. Fried rice. Ooh, what are you doing here?
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need?
What a thoughtful person. I'm not a wizard. I don't need any of these things. Alright, let's see. There was a section before a boss where a firewheel monk knocks you off the water. Died there once. Are you following the recommended levels? Yeah, your gear is honestly more important than your levels. I don't even think... Wow. Gear's in the 90s. Estimated final boss. That's 145. That is wild no matter what game you're playing. So I'm going to say that we are fairly close to a level up. I'm going to just like use some runes and do that myself before we go back to Siofra. Let's see, how much does it take to actually level up here? Level up. So we need, oh actually we need about 10,000. That seems like a lot. How many runes or like items do I have? So the biggest one actually gives you 50,000 runes. That's crazy. Might use that for a level up itself. So 10,000 right there. And we've got the one, so let's eat it up. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Let's go ahead and level up. Ugh, I need like 30, like 300. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. Rich, what are you doing, you crazy person? Thank you so much. How are you doing? Let's go over to intermission for just a second. Hello, hello, raiders. Hey dude, welcome back from vacation. Thank you so much for the welcome back, Rich. It has been a while, but I am back. I'm back from the future. Thank you so much for bringing your community over. And let me simply suggest, anybody watching from my end, kindly give Rich Lich Glitch a follow, who is an excellent streamer, mostly retro focused, I want to say. Does a lot of what do you call it, randomizers, and it seems like last thing you were playing was Wind Waker, which is a campaign that I pop in every once in a while. So certainly an excellent player, and certainly legendary community member. How are you doing, Rich? Thank you once again so much for the raid. For those of you that don't know me, I might be wasting your time here, but I am Ails. I have a corgi, his name is Churro, who is not on camera because of course he chooses the best times not to be on camera. I play retro, I play modern, but mostly I enjoy talking about beers, and today we're enjoying a delicious Radeberger Pilsner. So yeah, if anybody has to rate and fade, completely understand that. Streaming is difficult, and even lurking can sometimes be exhausting, so if you have to go, I completely understand. But yeah, how did Wind Waker go, Rich? I would certainly love to know. Let me go back to the live screen. Open up for me. Just beat the bird boss. Weapon mastery gear, not definite. Okay, I'm good. Getting bullied by my cat as usual. You know what? If you're gonna get bullied by anybody, cat sounds like the best type of bullying. By the way, Rich, I actually wanted to say, I know you're not on. I don't know that you're on most social media, and I'm not gonna talk about that. But I did catch a glimpse of you at a couple of pictures from folks that went on to this convention that happened relatively recently. I was like, wait a second, who's that handsome fellow in the background? You probably know what I'm talking about, but I was like, I know that person, I know that face, I know that face. Wind Waker was fun. I did a bunch of sailing and got halfway through a dungeon. How much would you say you're in terms of like finishing up that game? Because I know you started it right after Beautiful Joe, and I know that you've been playing that mostly. Let's see, haven't been grinding. I do all submissions though. Cool. Let's see. Yeah, I went to PAX Eats, met some cool peeps. Yeah, and I saw you in some of those pictures. So I was like, cool people hanging out with even cooler people. That's what I thought, and I was very jealous. Yeah. I think I'm like 70% through. Very cool. Very cool. But yeah, I hope that you have been well. I'm here just trying to eke out as much as I can out of this game in order to level up, because I just can't handle most bosses. But, having a good time. Came back from the land of Peru most recently. I need about 200 runes. I need about 350. What? 350? 200 runes. Let's use 2 of these. Let's see. They must have patched the game. Played one, couldn't imagine hitting that 90s early. One day we'll meet up too, homie. Yeah. I rest assured. Before I meet my maker, we will meet, Rich. Even if we'll be old men by that point. Well, I'll be older, but you know what I mean. I don't know. Playing on Steam, the Neo 1 Complete Edition. Chat thinks I was under-leveled recently. Ooh. But I don't know what to believe. I'm playing blind. Hope it was a good trip. Yeah, I'm not gonna necessarily go into how it was a mixed bag. I just have to go back there and focus on the things that I want to do. That was my main issue, unfortunately. I traveled with my dad, and he had his priorities, and I had different priorities. But again, I was the richer for having gone through it, and I would love to go back again, see my side of the family. Thank you for asking, though. Sorry, I'm trying to look up what I should be leveling up here on my phone. I actually have like a particular way in which I want to level up my character, so I'm looking that up right now. I'm not just like randomly looking at my socials. So vigor's 25, that's good. Mind should be all the way up to 20. So let me level up mind one more time, just because I dislike odd numbers. I have this thing about odd numbers where I don't like to see them unless it's a 5. Okay, so let's do that. Key pulse isn't key flux at Neo 2 element. Key flux, oh, it lets you seriously kick the game's teeth in. I gotta use that phrase more often. Let's improve mind. I don't know if anybody is familiar with Mega 64, but a long time ago they did a skit on what is it, the Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and they played it off as if they were doing this skit, and they were like high school kids, and they just had like really low production values. And I specifically remember they had Professor X, Charles Xavier, and they had like one of the guys in a bald cap, a really bad bald cap, and he was just like, "I fight with my mind," and you know, every time somebody says mind, I have to say that, "I fight with my mind." Attribute that determines FP also determines focus. Let's do that. 18. Sweet 18. There we go. Let's see. Don't stance change too often and been messing with some new weapons. Like low spear. Hai Kusari. I'm not even gonna say that. I'm gonna offend so many people. Been watching Mega 64 off and on since like 06. Yeah, they're really good. I like I definitely like their brand of humor. Like, I don't catch all of their skits, but whenever it pops up on my YouTube subscriptions list, I will always give them a look, just because I feel like even if I don't know the game that they're referencing, I appreciate their type of humor. Okay, so let's go to Siofra River. Siofra. I fight with my mind. Sights of Grace. Stormvale. Smoldering Church. Okay, so the Forbidden Lands. It's an elephant graveyard. So Night Sacred's Ground. And I believe that's where I left my marker, so let's go there. Okay, High Spear lets you cheese a lot of duels. We do love the cheese around here. Actually, that's one of the tags on this stream, just because I like to cheese everyone in this game. Oh look, so finally I can probably summon the Mimic tier. It looks like there might be a boss character. Let's see, the first 2 heavy attacks in the combo just zones. Gonna go do some grocery shopping, Ales. Happy Elden Ring. Thank you so much for popping in, Rich. I really appreciate the banter. Have fun grocery shopping. As I like to say, treat yourself. Get something good. And I'll catch up with you again. Thank you so much again for stopping by. You know what? We got ads in about 2 minutes. Let's see how far we can actually get in here. We might actually... Ooh. Did we activate this thing? Okay. Let's call forth the Mimic. And see what happens. Look at that. So steamy. Alright, let's take out these... Bake them away, toys. Are you following? Are you following? You better be following. Oh, totally whiffed that. Whoa. Wait, who is this? Nice. Look at that teamwork. Whoa. Nice, got him. Gotta get these creatures before they become another monster. Great. They became something else. Ooh, nice. Okay. There's a few more of them. Let's keep going. And we got ads in about a minute. I feel like backing off, honestly. Oh, okay, come on. Would you relax? Whoa, hey. Oh no, that's a bloody thing. Oh no, my mimic is gone. Well, that was a bit sad. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna back off a bit. We're gonna go. Ooh, what is this? We're gonna go all the way to the side of Grace, but we're not gonna touch it. And then we're gonna go on break. We're gonna go on a quick break. We'll take about 5 minutes, and then we will be back with more Elden Ring. So, stay tuned for more of that. welcome back to the Ales and Fails stream. I'm your host, Alewolf, otherwise known as Ales, gentleman streamer, the no-throne cicerone, alias Maximus. And welcome back to the stream, folks. We are playing Elden Ring today, and having some very serious conversations, about Claire Obscure and Neo, and my trip to Peru that wasn't that great, and other compelling things. Base streamer working around the ad breaks. That's what we do around here. We take what we have and we do the best we can with them. Thank you so much for hanging out, Crabman. Alright, so unfortunately our Mimic tier bit the dust, and that's because they were a little more aggressive than I was. I was trying to pick off things one at a time, and I think it just went and decided to fight everyone all at once. So they definitely did the hard work, whereas I was just hanging out. Just hanging out. Let me collect these silver tier pieces. Sorry, these Mimic tier pieces, just because I know that they'll be used for crafting of things at some point. Okay, so that's the last one to get to. I'm gonna try and just run up and destroy them. Whoa, hey. Okay. Well, clearly wrong idea. Jeez. That thing was huge. Hey, there's a portal here. Is it still following? Oh, jeez. What is this? Finger. Great Glovewort Ghost. Jeez. This guy is ridiculous. Okay. Let's see if it'll get tired. Wait, what the how is that even possible? Well, at least we got the treasure. That's something. Let's get out of here. Of course the last Mimic tier had to just... Yowza. Let's run. Let's run. Let's run. We probably gotta try this again with another... with my Mimic again. Unfortunately, I can't summon them anymore. Whoa. Well, they are agile. I'll give them that. Yeah, at least I got the stuff. At least I got the stuff. Oh, they're still chasing. Okay, so let's touch that side of grace. And like reset the whole thing. See if we can do this a little bit better now. The point is, we know what awaits us at the end. So that is something. Let me see if the stuff that I collected does anything for us though. Items. Silver tier husk. Great. Strengthened Renown Ashes to +10. Finger Slayer Blade. Actually, this might be a good opportunity to level up my Mimic tier. Let's check out how much that does. And actually, let me check my equipment. See if I can choose something a little hardier. Switch view, compare details, sort by damage negation. Sure. Wow, so that's a nice helmet, but unfortunately it's way too heavy for us. about on this side? This one is also just a heavy boy's armor set. We got the Godric's nice gauntlets, Leyndell's gauntlets, Lionel Richie, of course. All of these are heavier loads. So we've got as good as we can get. Okay. In terms of charms, equipment load, max HP, greatly boosts non-physical damage negation. So that's for our spells, and then slowly restores HP, which is nice. But is there anything else that would be worthwhile here? Think about how many tasty snacks you could store in that big boy armor. Yeah, like you could be traveling around and, oh hey, I'm gonna reach in and I'm gonna grab, what's a good snack that I'm thinking about? I think if I had to choose something right now, in terms of like something to just like pick at, it would probably be cheese puffs. I have this weird thing where I really like cheese puffs, but I don't like cheese doodles. So the puffy ones, yes. The ones that are like nodular or like not like, no. You have a favorite snack, Crabman? Feel free to share or just ignore me. Raises attributes, but also increases damage taken. Greatly raises that, but also increases damage taken. That's interesting. So, ooh, it actually does enhance quite a number of stats. Fire damage negation, raises focus, robustness, roars and breath attacks, reduces damage and impact of headshots. Defense when HP is at maximum. You know what? I think we're fine as we are. Let's go ahead and take this guy out to dinner. Maybe at a hibachi place. That's what I'm talking. Let's see. As a proper Texan, my favorite snack is Blue Bell ice cream. I don't think I've had that. I'm gonna look that up for a second. Blue Bell ice cream. Oh, so it's like a brand. Gotcha. I don't think I've ever seen those. Okay, so here's the more compelling question. Do you have a favorite ice cream flavor from Blue Bell? You know, I don't eat a lot of ice cream, mostly because I don't eat too many sweets these days. What with trying to be healthy and all, this terrible habit of mine. But if I do get to enjoy some ice cream, I will generally go for coffee. Coffee ice cream is good. And actually, I like any banana flavored combination because I am one of those banana enjoyers. And then there's this fruit that specifically grows where I grew up in Peru called, it's not eggplant, it's egg fruit. And egg fruit ice cream is the best if you ever get a chance to it. To your health. Maybe the southern blackberry cobbler flavor. That sounds delightful. Do like me a good blackberry anything. Okay, so let's take out these mimic tears. Okay, hopefully my my mimic is not so gung-ho this time around. Take it slowly. Let's go toe-to-toe with these guys. Don't go for that one. Wow, hey. Nice. Oh, and it's gonna take shape first? What? Who am I looking at? Teamwork makes the dream work. What are you doing? I swear, this... You're gonna get yourself killed again, dude. Wait, why did he disappear? I am so confused. Okay, well, you know what? We're going to run past that thing, which turns into the giant troll. I think it's probably because we could only use the Mimic tier within this particular area. Sadly, Bluebell is more of a southern brand, so a lot of people are missing out on it. Yeah, so I'm assuming it's a regional thing. Well, if I ever make it out to Texas, I'll have to keep an eye out for that. We're gonna go to that warp. Given it seems like there might be something to it. Oh wait, did it not transform? Weird. That's amazing. Okay. I'll take it. I'll buy that for $1. So yeah, we got the contents of the treasure chest. Is there anything else around here worth of note before we take that warp? You don't have the right what? Let us make it happen, Captain. Sure, why not? And we are... Oh, this is the beginning of everything. Right, so this is where we began our journey to get the Mimic tier. So we've already been here. Rest at the site of grace. Basically, it was to lead us back to safety. Alright, so I guess we're done with this area. Let's see, what else was on my list of things to do today? I'm gonna go ahead and remove this marker. Let's go to Sites of Grace. The first steps. So there's a couple of areas that I kind of just marked down to go back to. Merchant. Oh, actually, let's go face Godefroy. And maybe just slam our heads against the wall for a while. I thought that was kind of a fun fight. Godefroy, of course. Everyone remembers Godefroy. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe no, wait, we can't fight that creature using our mimic, so there's no point in leveling them up. So we're in Altus Plateau. We're trying to make it all the way over here. There's an Everjail right there. So let's go around. And let's see how much we have learned. Probably not a lot. Given our first fight with Godfrey was... We mostly relied on the NPC to like take the brunt of the fight. As it is how we do around here. No, we don't. We never take the battle onto ourselves. We stay around in the back. But I think for this one, it's gonna be a one-on-one, so unfortunately, I will have to actually do something with what I have. So I think we go down through here. Right, and there it is. The Everjail. The nice thing about going against enemies in these Everjails is kind of the idea that the runes that you lose, you can collect them by just stepping outside. So nothing too particularly grievous about losing a fight in one of these. So let's go in. Chunky boy. And watch out for the storm. Oof. Oh, jeez. I'm cooked. My goose is cooked. Wow. Just the range on this guy is crazy. Oh, and down I go. Is that like a quarter? I mean, I'll go back, but I don't... this one, let me see if he has any like particular weak points or anything like that. Godefroy. The Grafted. So... let's see, Godefroy icon, weaker to standard, slash, strike, and pierce, strong versus holy. So that's something. Unfortunately, my weapons are mostly holy coded. And this is an optional boss, being part of the Goldian lineage. Multiplayer is not allowed for this boss, or summon spirit ashes. Yeah, so I'm thinking that maybe we do something else. I might give it one more shot with a different weapon, if that'll actually do anything, but somehow I doubt it. Lock in. I'll try it a couple more times. But yeah, I'm not... let's see. I'm not totally vested into it. Like, what I like about some of these fights is sometimes I'll just like stress out over beating it like for like an hour, and then I don't do it, and then like I'll come back a few weeks later, and then I still won't do it. But then a month afterwards, I'll pop in and I'm like, oh, okay, that wasn't that hard. Yeah, let's try it a couple more times. This guy's kind of just chunky. Where's my other weapon that I like? Yeah, unfortunately, with this game, the Longsworn's Greatsword, which is actually not as strong as my current weapon, but at least it's not holy coated, so there's that. Unfortunately, the weapon that I've decided to raise is holy, and a lot of the enemies and bosses in Elden Ring are holy, holy elementals. So it's almost like, well, what are you doing? What are you doing? Wait, did I collect my runes? Yes, I did. Bum 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 bum. Wow, how does he have that reach? Crazy. Just combo the crap out of me. You know what I should do? Is I should probably exchange my magic flask for like regular flasks. Why? Why am I crouching? Jeez. It's like, oh, you're so slow because you're crouching. Wait for non-attack. Of course he has range attacks, of course. Jeez. And down I go. Yeah, so let me exchange my magic flask for regular flasks. And then try again. But I got a couple more tries in me, then I'll probably do something slightly more easy. Okay. Ooh, we can actually talk to Melina. Interesting. Okay.
There is something I'd like to say. My purpose was given to me by my mother, but now I act of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that, not even you.
I didn't speak ill of. Interesting. I wonder what was the point of that conversation. And see, honestly, I think your damage is fine for this fight. You just need to work on the dodge timing for his weird swings. Yeah, there's a lot of I mean, stop me if you've heard this before, but there's a lot of like wind up to a lot of the boss characters in Elden Ring, and sometimes it's not very precise when you decide to do the dodge. So sometimes that can be a bit difficult to get to. And of course, if you do it over time and if you try it a while, then you'll probably get it. Sometimes I just don't have the patience for it. That's what it is. Godfrog, the dumb brother, but he's tough. Welcome, Thea. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. Yeah, we're trying to fight against Godfrog. Does she have anything more to say? Oh. Okay. Well, I guess that's that. Yeah, so let me change my flasks. Allocate flasks. Let's go to 10. You know what? Let's just do the whole shebang. And... okay. Let's do what we can here, and let's go back over there. Really good, about to head home. Hey, have a safe drive. I'm assuming it's a drive home. Only one more hour left, then weekend begins. I hope you have some fun weekend plans ahead of you, Thea. You deserve it. It's been a long week. Thank you so much for popping in, by the way. It's been a while for me. Okay, where's my... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. The wrong way! How's Elden Ring treating you? You know, I've gone around the Leyndell capital castle. I was able to pick off a few monsters and find some treasure. I haven't like beaten any like super monsters or anything like that, but we did get a lot of just like good gets, leveled up ones. No major losses just yet, and right now we're just trying to destroy this guy because it seemed like a thing to do. What happened with you? Oh, I was away. I was on 2 separate trips. I keep going the wrong way, by the way. What's wrong with me? Could you just... So, first I went on a cruise. It was a Disney-themed cruise, and that was fun. And then I came back for a couple of days, and then I left on a trip to Peru. Because I am Peruvian and I have family over there, and I visited my grandparents, and that was nice. But as I was telling some folks earlier, I went with my dad, and he really wanted to focus on visiting his family, and we just had very different priorities. So we had a couple of arguments, but it was okay. I mean, I'd love to go again. I just wouldn't do it. I would probably just do it by myself. I think this is the way. Probably not. I'm probably getting lost here. So there's the Everjail. Oh, well, now that we have 12 flasks, as long as we don't get hit 12 times, we will be okay. But easier said than done. ¡Qué bacán! Siempre mola visitar a la familia. Nothea, you're from did somebody tell me that are you from Brazil? Is that why you're speaking Portuguese? I believe that's what you're writing, by the way. Yeah, unfortunately, not unfortunately, but in Peru we only speak Spanish. Though I can make out what people write in Portuguese. Alright, let's do this. I'm Brazilian, yes. But I've studied Spanish. You know, it's funny that you say que bacán because, actually, that's how you used to say cool in Peru a very long time ago. And then I tried to use it with my uncles this time around, and they kind of just looked at me. I'm guessing it's not necessarily what you say anymore, even though they understood what I meant. Did I collect my runes? No, I didn't. Where did they go? Did I just lose all my runes? Is that what happened? No, they're right there. Right? I guess they stayed in the Everjail. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's go in. Let's go collect them. I've traveled to Chile in 2023 and learned that from a guy that was guarding a line for a ride. Nice. Well, that's the best way to learn language, right? Just talking to a local. So actually, it's funny that you mentioned Chile. My grandfather's actually from Chile. He was an immigrant that came into Peru during a war, and he decided to stay there. And that's when he met my grandmother. People from Chile, at least from what he suggests, are very proud. And I do not see my... Oh, there they are. Ah, I need to, like, actually target him. Okay. Jump. Whoa, I forgot the second one. Come on. Jump. And again. Imagine, but these prison cells are terrible. Imagine being there for an eternity. I prefer death. Yeah, I can't imagine people that like live out life sentences. I would definitely just go insane, and I'm sure a lot of people do. And roll. Oof. And I'm dead. Jeez. Wow, what a combo. That's a, sometimes when I think he's gonna zag, he zigs. Roll. Oof. I thought he was gonna ground stomp, unfortunately. Wait, why did I not roll for that one? Come on. Jump. And again. Move. Oof. Totally ate that one. I got punished for being too greedy on that one. Jeez. Just got swept. Okay. That's a... And jump. Yeah. Wow. I wonder if he's gonna actually get that dragon head on his arm. I rolled right into his whirlwind attack. My god. And down I go. Well, I got him to halfway, which is probably better than I would have expected. I think we're done. Let's go collect our runes and be on our merry way. That was a good attempt, though. Good attempt. You were doing good. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think, like you said, it is about that timing. But yeah, I feel like doing something else. This is actually the second time that I tried this fight in terms of like a session. So, you know, slowly but surely we'll get there. Okay, so then the next thing... You know what would be fun? Maybe a dragon fight. And I know that there's a dragon in this part of the map. Like around Ronnie's tower, there's like a dragon. So that might be a good time. Actually, I have to finish Ronnie's quest. His attack animations are just super wonky. Yeah, and it doesn't help that he has all those limbs, right? He's just an unusually bodied character. Anyways, cheers to the ones that we lost along the way. Okay, so yeah, Ronnie's quest. Let me see what's the next step. For a while there, I was doing Ronnie's quest, and it kind of stopped me right as I defeated Radagon. No, wait, not Radagon. What's his name? The guy on the tiny horse. And I completely forgot about doing the rest of that quest. So let's see where I left off. Ronnie the Witch's questline walkthrough. So, let's see. The Three Sisters, we did that. The Road to Nokron, we did that. Siofra River, of course. Solubis and Selen. Mad Pumpkinhead. She let you know that the one General Radon. That's the person that I defeated last time in this questline. Radon, the General. The Colonel. Head back to Blade and Siofra River and tell him Selen's story. Redmane Castle, so we did that. We defeated Starscourge Radon. Forlorn Hound Evergal. I think we did that already. War Counselor E.G. at the Road Manager. And then ask about Blade. He'll be insistent that you not worry about him. So let me go to the Forlorn Hound Evergal. Actually, there's a War Counselor at the Road Manor side of Grace in Liurnia. Okay, so that's our next stop. Let's see. You have to go to Nokron. Ah, yeah. Welcome, welcome, Bud Zogan. How are you doing this fine day? Thank you so much for popping in. So let's do that. Not Ronnie's Rise. Let's see. Let me look at this map over here. So it should be War Counselor E.G. Who should be around here? I think it's this person, right?
You finally come. Blythe told me everything. You've defeated General Radon, unlocking the stars.
That was actually a really fun fight. We just summon all these creatures and they do all the fighting.
But not long ago, he was hailed as the mightiest demigod of them all. There is no parallel to your achievement, nor to Lady Rani's acute judgment of character. Thanks to you, Lady Rani's fate once again stirs, and the path to Nokron has opened. Descend underground, where the fallen star struck Limgrave, and make it yours. The precious treasure of Nokron.
I see. Why is Blade in the Evergal?
I presume you've spoken with Blythe?
Blythe.
Very well. There is something you should know. The Two Fingers gave Blythe to Lady Rani as a faithful follower. Her very shadow, incapable of treachery. But if Lady Rani, as an Empyrean, resists being an instrument of the Two Fingers, the shadow will go mad, transforming from a follower into a horrid curse. But such is his destiny. In such matters, Blythe's own thoughts hold no weight. It pains me so. But he must be neutralized. For Lady Rani's sake.
Okay. So this guy under that helmet is one of those troll giants, right? Because he has that hole in his chest. Kind of a cool design. Strength and armaments. I don't think I need to improve the power of... Well, actually, if I had a stronger Longsworn's greatsword. It's always so hard to say that. Longsworn greatsword. But yeah, I don't need to do that right now. I might be wasting smithing stones doing that. Let me actually change my equipment. Since we did have the... I always think that this is like an axe or something like that, but it's actually a halberd. Halberd.
Something else.
Yeah, how much does it cost to improve? So we could actually improve the power of this particular halberd. And the great shield as well. Actually, let's increase the power of the great shield. Since we do like that somber smithing stone +5. Let's do it. We do love big shields around here. And let's go to the Evergaol. The Evergaol! And I think that was all the way over here, right? Yes. Let's see what's the sitch, like Kim Possible would say. What's the sitch? I remember just like Limgrave being such an eye-opening area for the beginning. This is my first Soulsborne game, and definitely one of my first open world games. So it was just such an interesting place to explore back in the day. I hope we don't have to fight Blade. Blide. That's a cool name, though. If I ever have a kid, I will call them Blide. Or if I have more kids. So, we've already done this thing. What exactly do we have to do here? Her to the Evergaol. Stand in the center of the Gaol and perform the finger snap gesture like you did to speak Blade the first time. He won't show up, but you'll get the option to speak to him. Okay, so let's try that. Jump for joy, wave, bow. I rarely touch gestures, so that's definitely... I know that there's some things that open up when you do gestures, but I always just ignore them. It's probably my loss too. Prayer, rapture, balled up dejection. Where's the finger snap? Not in thought. As you wish, curtsy. What do you want? Fire spur me. The ring. That's weird. Don't I have a... Point down. Wait. Maybe I just don't have it. Heartening cry. Huh. Let me see if I can find how to get this hold on a second. Real life, of course, is calling to me. Okay. Let me see. Finger snap gesture. How to get it. Just kill Kale and you'll get it. Find Blade in the Mistwood Ruins and then seek Kale to ask about Blade. Oh, I guess you have to buy them off of a merchant called Kale. So let's see if I can find them on the map. Merchants. I'm literally just like looking around for... Oh, there we go. Merchant Calais.
Wait, weren't you... Well, you're back. Care to buy something?
Yeah, I'll buy something.
I am of a nomadic people, selling wares as I travel. The land has been tainted by madness since the shattering of the Elden Ring. It's only tarnished like yourself, who keep things from drying up entirely. Let's say you're a very welcome customer.
Okay, about the howling in Mistwood.
The howl of a wolf. In the Mistwood. I suppose he must still be skulking about. I know. Why not meet him for yourself? Next time you hear the wolf's howl, make this signal right under the source. Oh, don't fret. There is nothing to fear. I just have an inkling the two of you might hit it off.
Yeah, there we go. What else does this person have? Crafting kit. Some shields, some points, some cookbooks. Should I just buy the cookbooks? I might just forget about doing that if I don't. Yeah, why not? I wish that the cookbooks would actually tell you like what recipes you're getting from the get-go. But it's always worthwhile just having them. Okay, so we have all the cookbooks. We don't need a telescope. Shields and such. And this is no good for us. Okay.
Goodbye. Nice to do business.
Yeah, it was okay. Let's go back to, over here. And let's go back to the Evergaol. See if we can actually summon Blade. Blade. And there's a big guy over there. I could probably take them down at this point, but you know what? I don't want to. So sue me. Where's the Everjail? I tell you, structures in, or like landscape in Elden Ring can sometimes be so confusing. Like, you could be just like right next to a point of interest, right? But then the thing is that it is either like at the bottom of a cliff, so you can't really like fall down, or it's up the tallest mountain right next to you. And so it's not easy no matter how you slice it. There it is. Okay, so let's do the finger. Let's do that gesture. Finger snap. So let's do it. Did that do anything? No, I don't think it did. Is it because... That's strange. Because I didn't hear like the hound of a wolf or something. Do I have to do it at nighttime? Tears, oh tears. Let me see what this guide says again. Ranni the Witch's questline. I'm reading from Polygon right now. I heard that Polygon actually went down not too long ago, which is unfortunate. You won't find Blade. Blade. Head to Forlorn. A little south. Stand in the center of the gaol and perform. He won't show up. Head back to the road to the manor in Liurnia and speak to E.G. again. He'll do some foreshadowing. Well, we already did that. Head back to Limgrave. It's hard to miss. Drop inside. That's Nokron, the Eternal City, which we already did. Defeat a Mimicry, which we did already. Night Sacred Ground, Side of Grace. We did get the Finger Slayer Blade. Okay, so let's go back to Ranni. I think we're supposed to actually give her the blade that we found there. And we got ads starting very soon, so we'll teleport and then we'll take an ad break. Ranni's Rise. So, you know what? We'll take an ad break. It'll be 6, maybe 7 minutes. We'll have a new drink to talk about and then we will continue with some more Elden Ring. So, stay tuned. And hello and welcome back to the Ales and Fails stream. I'm your host, Aelwolf, otherwise known as Ales, gentleman streamer, the no throne cicerone, the world's least interesting man. And welcome back to stream, folks. Happy Friday, or as I like to say, Merry Friday. I've got one more drink to share with you all before we continue back with Elden Ring. And we've had this before. Generally, what ends up happening in these streams, longer streams, is that I end up drinking a stout. Today, things are a little bit different. We're going with a dark lager today. So, kind of the same color, but slightly different end of the spectrum. This is Blue Oak's Dark Matter. And as you can see, a relatively clean steel can, black background. You got a person on a blue outline. Their brain, they must be listening to some very old-fashioned earbuds, because they have a wire around them. 6.3% alcohol by volume. Please visit Blue Oak if you're ever in the Bay Area. What exactly is a dark lager, you might be asking? Well, a lager is not an ale. So slightly different than an ale, a lager is a type of beer that is bottom fermented, meaning that when you put yeast into the fermentation tank, it sinks to the bottom. It also requires slightly colder temperatures, and what that allows the beer to do is that everything that the yeast processes essentially settles out. So you end up with a relatively light, crisp-bodied beer. The main difference that I detect with lagers is that whereas ales are a complexity of flavors, in some part because they are top fermenting, a lager is more about the crispness and sharpness of that flavor. Very potent, but very light and very approachable. Even though I call myself ales, I do enjoy lagers. So there's that. Now, it is a dark lager probably because of the types of malts that it uses. And generally, if we're talking about a stout, which is an ale, you would talk about things like crystal malts and chocolate malts and caramel malts. I don't know exactly what type of malts this one uses, but I can only imagine that it is that kind of concoction, or shall I say, decoction. But yeah, let's go ahead and see what Untapped has to say on the matter over here. And do my eyes deceive me? Kitty, how are you doing this fine day? Good to see you. Oh my god, I never got a notif. Twitch is letting me down. Hey, you know what? I bet, Kitty, that you were probably doing something important, so don't worry about it. It's not like anything particularly significant happened. I died a bunch of times in Elden Ring. This is just par for the course. But how are you doing? Thank you so much for stopping by. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't suggest for everyone watching right now to give the Kitty Toe Beans a follow. Legendary community member, excellent friendo, and also fellow fruity colleague. They were last playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2, a fan of the Xeno series, and just like a fun person to hang out and chat with. That is kind of the thing that I gravitate towards. I know that there's a lot of people that look for like high-end gameplay and like challenge runs and things like that. And don't get me wrong, I do enjoy that sort of thing. But sometimes I just want to chat with somebody. Sometimes I just wanna see myself in somebody's conversation. Sometimes I just want to banter back and forth, and you won't go wrong with Kitty for that kind of purpose. So kindly give them a follow. Doing well, just got home from twerk. Hey, excellent. It's the beginning of the weekend. I hope that you've got some fun stuff ahead of you. But yeah, where were we? Let's go to intermission. Intermission alternate. So Dark Matter by Blue Oak Brewing. Very simple American dark lager. Simple and clean description, like the best descriptions from Kingdom Hearts. Not much to say here, unfortunately. Let's go back and actually taste this thing. But yeah, here's hoping that you had a fun, let's say an inconsequential day at work, and maybe you completed your goals. Before I drink this, let's go ahead and get some water in our system. Okay, so let's pour this thing. Okay. And like I said, it is a dark lager. Lagers tend to be lighter in body than ales. Even the darker beers are relatively translucent, I like to think. Got some roasty notes as well. Let's see. You got some light coffee, like sweet coffee. Maybe like herbal tea even. Less coffee, more tea. You got some nut there. Maybe like a tree nut as opposed to a peanut. And maybe some light cream as well. Faminale, dear viewer, thank you for being here. So yeah, very rich, quite creamy. I want to say for a lager, a slightly thicker composition, maybe a 3 out of 5 in terms of body composition. Very light in the bittering note, nothing particularly looming. You've got some toast but not roast. Toasted, roasted, and virtually crisped. And yeah, I do sense some of that nut flavor there, but it's kind of like a sweeter nut. Maybe like a Nutella. Nutella. Yeah, so quite creamy, quite approachable. I enjoy this. I like it. You know what? I don't drink things that I don't like. Unless I paid a lot of money for them. But this is not the case. Let's go ahead and get this a rating. 3.5 out of 5 is our rating for today. And you might be saying, Ales, you give everything either a 3 or a 3.5. And maybe you're right. Anyways, that's what we'll be drinking for the rest of the stream. Let's go back to Elden Ring. I'm glad that you enjoyed that, Kitty. Thank you for always being a willing audience. I'm sorry that I sometimes tend to just get too wrapped up in my nonsense. So what I was just looking at is that in order to continue Ranni's quest, I have to give her an item that I completed, an item that I gathered, but that will actually lock me out of Seluvis's quest. And I want to do that quest because I want to get the Dung Eater summon. So I want to do that because, of course, what is an Elden Ring playthrough if we can't engage, embrace, dare I say, hug the Dung Eater? Okay, so this and that, Dung Eater. Chapter 1, making friends with a murderer. All you need to do is approach him in the round table hold. So he has appeared. Obtain a seedbed curse. There are 6 of these items in the game, and you'll need to locate at least 5 of them to see the Dung Eaters. 2 easily accessible in the royal capital. Let me see if I have any of them in my inventory. Lover. Let's see. What are they called? Seedbed curse. So let's see. Maybe they might be under key items. I don't remember having seen a single one of these, by the way. Rolled medallion. Oh, okay, so we have 1. Curse grown on a body defiled by the Dung Eater. So that sounds unpleasant. I don't like it. Me no likey. So apparently there's 2 in the royal capital. From the east capital rampart, take the normal path into the city past the envoys and the flame-spewing broken statue. Ride the lift down, head to the room into the perfumer, go up the ladder. Then you'll find the seat on a corpse tied to a chair. I think we did that. In fortified manner, the part of Leyndell that looks like a deserted round table hold. You find it in the same room that Dung Eater uses in the real round table hold. Okay, so at least we have 1. That is probably enough. So let's go talk to Dung Eater and see what he's all about. Let's go, Dungy. Is he in here? No, this is the Sir Gideon Offnir. Sir Gideon. There he is. So he's got some stinky flies around him, which suggests to everyone that he is a bit stinky.
No. Wait. You have felt the curse. I can smell it on you. Box, yet tender. Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting. 'Twas a brief respite, I must say.
Respite or respite?
Shackle my corporeal flesh, trapped in the sewer jail below the capital.
Okay, so we have a key. Nice.
I can kill you and defile your corpse.
Please don't.
Then the pox will truly be your own.
Why would I want that?
Go and unshackle my corporeal flesh, trapped in the sewer jail below the capital. Then the pox.
Okay, so we have to go find his body in the sewer jail, apparently. Uh-huh. Now, where is that? Getting there is a bit of an ordeal. Locate the Dung Eater's prison. Enter the subterranean shunning grounds. You need to find a nondescript looking well in Leyndell itself. Start at the avenue balcony. Site of Grace. Let's see if I even have that Site of Grace. Ah, so much map. Too much map. I head downstairs. Finger creepers. Set the Dung Eater free. Okay, so let's go over here. This does not bode well for ales. At the end of this journey, there is a battle to be had. Are you looking for a challenge? Okay, so you need to find a nondescript looking well in Leyndell. Head downstairs, turn left and walk along the railing until you pass the first set of rooftops below you. So we started this stream in Leyndell, and I guess we are going to continue in Leyndell. Whoa. And I believe that person is coming. Let's wait for them to show up. Kick his butt, sea bass. The suspense is killing me. Down they go. Good times. Okay, so head downstairs, turn left, past the first set of rooftops below you, jump down into the shadowed plaza, watch out for crawling albinorics, and look for the well here. It's funny, for the longest time I called these creatures albinorics. That doesn't make any sense. Jeez. That was a single swing. What the come on. Who else was here? So dumb. So dumb. You know what? We're just gonna run past all of these people. It's ridiculous. How dare you? Where's my things? Oh, we're dead anyways. Doesn't matter. Eh. I thought I died in... Fortunately, I had just used a bunch of them, so... Not a huge loss. Okay. Explore the sewers. Let me see if this actually shows us any good images of where we need to go. But these people are actually enemies. This entire time they were enemies. And there's more globos, but I don't need those. And I vaguely remember all that. So you know what? There you go. Skipped all that nonsense. And I think this is kind of where I was traveling before. So rooftop. And then Omen enemies are particularly deadly. Underground roadside site of grace. Okay, so I guess we haven't gotten there. What is that thing? Oh, it's one of those sparkly things. Right, and I remember that that's where we were. Let's jump over here. What is this place? I think these might be the Albinorics. I'm just throwing wild guesses here, by the way. It could be like a huge monster with two pieces. No idea what that thing was. Some more golden runes for our troubles. God, it's so dark in here. Everything for the dung eater, huh? Trying to make sure that there's no more enemies in my way. Enemy mothership approaching! What is this? Guilty hood. I am guilty. I do declare. Okay. So we're looking for a well of some sort. That's kind of the idea here. Let me heal myself using my spell. And of course I'm doing the wrong thing. Okay. And let's keep going over to this side. Whoa. Is that a wall master? Weird. Like a Legend of Zelda wall master. Wait. Ah, you freaking rat. Every time these things. So obnoxious. Okay, let's see if we can continue to sneak on in. Well, I feel like if there's a prison well, this is probably the place, right? Be wary of up. Yeah, I see some things right there. And there's another one right there, of course. It's gonna fall as soon as I... Why isn't it falling? Ah, that's obnoxious. Let me try and get those other ones. Ah, if it wasn't so dark. You know what? At least I have lamp. I have lamp. Might as well. And then get this one also. Poison bow and dart. Some more darts for our troubles. Let's keep going over here. I might be completely wrong in terms of where I'm going, but what can you do? Try a ranged battle. Yeah, sure. That is my best type of battle. You know, sometimes I wonder why I decided to use a melee build when I mostly really like try to cheese enemies from far away. If I ever replay this game again, come on, come on, whoa. And down it goes, nice. Somber smithing stone, which are always useful. Power up some of our equipment. Lost ashes of war. And of course this is a dead end. Gamer. You know what? The only reason why I'm actually able to come this far is probably because I'm over leveled at this point. Oh no, there's another one. Okay. Nice and easy. Like Sean Connery once said, take all the time in the world. You've got all the time. All the time. He said that. Trust me, he said that just as he was streaming Elden Ring too. Kind of weird that he decided to do that with the latter part of his life. Okay, so the other direction is obviously over here. We've got a couple of enemies on this side. I want to get those rats, because unfortunately, rats are the bane of my existence. Bubonic plague and the such. So I'm gonna try and call it over here. Over here. You know what? It's gonna be great when I realize that I've made it to the end of whatever catacombs this is, and actually there's no... like what I'm looking for is actually not here. String, yes. Lamp oil, rope, bombs. And there's some butterflies over there, but let's deal with this thing first. I can't imagine that this is his jail, is it? We got some nice butterflies. You would not believe your eyes if 10 million fireflies. Whoa. Wait, what? Wait, come on. Get off me. Seriously, they just caught me off guard. One more hit and I would have been toast. Okay. Well, those things were wild. I really thought that was going to be the end of this attempt. Ooh, and there's a thing. Oh, it's one of those like hefty trees, right? The ones that like shoot out fire. Yes. Goodbye. Like AOL once said, goodbye. Nice. So it continues. Seek the fingers. A liar ahead. And there's a ladder up there, over there. Now if I drop down, what are the chances that I'm gonna get ambushed by 10 million things? It seems like it's only treasure. But looks can be deceiving. Hold on, hold on. Let me hold my beer. And for those of you that are interested, we are enjoying some Dark Matter, which is a dark lager from Blue Oak Brewing. It's like, hey, wait, nobody asked you. Why are you talking about that? Arch Seal Dagger. Ooh, a dried liver. So actually, here's a fun conversation that I was having with some of the relatives when I went over to the homeland. My grandfather was sitting and he just randomly asked me if I had had brains recently. And I said, no. And then he proceeds to tell me how to cook brains, which of course he means like goat brains. Which, you know, I'm sure that is a delicacy in some places. But then I go on to tell him that there is literally one type of non-muscular meat that I will eat, that I actually enjoy, which I was exposed to when I was a kid, so that's probably the reason why, but I really enjoy eating liver. And it's a very unique taste. If you ever had some liver, I guess it's one of the lesser offensive types of non-skeletal meats out there. But yeah, it's good. It's a good time. We were talking about Doug earlier, the cartoon, and it's like he hated, what is it, liver and onions, and I'm just like, actually I like those. I like the liver and onions. It's not bad. Okay, so oh wait, hey, there's a well there. Down ahead and then ambush. So I have no idea what this place is. For me, it just doesn't sound appetizing. It's got a very irony type of flavor to it. Yeah. I mean, if you've ever had like something like pate, like, you know, what do you call it? Creamed meat, then it's kind of similar to that. Oh, and there's a guard right there. I'm not going this way. But it's yeah, and I can definitely tell that it's not everybody's cup of tea. But I like it. I will not eat brains though. I will not eat the brains. Okay, so gotta make it to that well. Similar to why I don't eat lengua. Yeah, so I've seen that a number of times whenever I go to like a Mexican restaurant and they ask you like what kind of meat that you want, and some of them do have things like lengua and what's the other one that they have? Like tripe, of course. But yeah, it's not really something that I want to try. Oh, I think they even have tail. Sometimes they have tail. Okay, so those are enemies, right? Those seem like enemies. I'm just gonna go down there. And I'm gonna go down that well. Hence... Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? I hear somebody like drooling or something like that. Like, I don't mind it for others to enjoy, but not for me. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Albinaric blood clot. Kitty, are you suggesting that you don't go around saying, hey, don't eat that? What are you doing? That's terrible. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Okay, so let's go down the well. A la Ocarina of Time. This is never a good idea. And I don't recommend it. But we're gonna do it today. A rune arc, nice. Wait, so this was the other side of the well that we saw, because we were on the other side of this place. What about this thing? God, that is rusty. That is just unpleasant to my ears. Let's see. We just had pozole yesterday, and I stopped in my tracks when I found the meat. It was lengua. Oh, so I've never actually had pozole. I've seen it on the menus, but I've never actually looked into what that was. Think carefully. That is the only way that I don't know how to think, unfortunately. Just ate around it. You know what, that's fine. You shouldn't have to eat something that you don't want to appreciate. I'm of the mindset that I will, stick to things that I know and I enjoy. But if it's something already like in front of me, I will, at the very least, try and see if there's any flavor to it. Not to say that I've discovered anything great by doing that. In fact, I don't think it's ever happened. But I do like the idea of like trying everything at least once. Except for dangerous things, of course. Like not doing my homework. That I never did that. Okay, let's see what's going on here. So this has got to be the jail that we're looking for. This has got to be the Al Capone vault. Are there any enemies here? Well, it looks like there's something at the end. It's like a soup and it has hominy in it. I actually don't even like hominy, to be honest with you. You can top it with shredded cabbage and onions. I like to throw it in tapatio for some spice. Ah, gotcha. I haven't had tapatio in a while. And I do like my sauces. This seems like it's gonna open up or something. Okay, so there's something at the end over there. There's definitely an enemy. There's two enemies. 3. So what we're gonna do is we are going to do some kiting. Some fashionable kiting. And if that doesn't work, we will just run to whatever that thing is at the end. I hope that they're just rats. I hope that they're just rats. It looks like, yes, it is just a rat. But they're those kinds of tough rats, you know? The rats that your grandparents used to talk to you about. Don't mess with those rats. Them fighter rats. Okay, it's coming. I think it's coming. It definitely seems like there's a bunch of rats here, unfortunately. And there's one right there. Of course, not the greatest idea to just corner myself like this. Wait. Oh, this looks like a lot more expansive than I thought. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of stressful. So let's drink some water here. Yeah, unfortunately, we probably have to wrap up soon, but let's see how far we can get. Seems like there's only 2 enemies here. And there should be only 1 more in this passage. I hope. I hope. I hope, I hope, I hope. Down they go. Some more darts. Okay. What does this say? Could this be a shortcut? Maybe it is a shortcut. Come on, just open it. Is this like another dungeon? Is that what we're doing here? Subterranean shunning grounds. First off, range battle and then seek the ladder. So yeah, this is definitely like a mini dungeon. Let me finish the rest of this area before I keep going down that path. Whew. Kind of stress. Kind of stress. Can we open this? No. Okay, so really there's only 1 path forward. And you know, the most unpleasant thing here is that I failed to reallocate my flasks. So all I've got are like health flasks. And there's a thing down there that looks menacing. Let me see what the guide says. Underground roadside, Miranda sprouts, finger creepers. Set the dung feet. Unlock the door and speak to Dung Eater. Head down. 2 omens. You know, this is crawling Albinorics. Shadowed Plaza. Underground roadside side of grace. So there should be a side of grace somewhere around here. Well, let's keep going. I don't like this. Is any side of grace nearby? I don't know how we're supposed to like actually make it past all of these creatures, but let me find a safe spot somewhere around here. I wonder if I can just kite them with poison darts. Actually, let's do that. Elden Bling, hello, hello, Winter. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Merry Friday. I hope that yours has been treating you kindly. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't suggest everyone watching right now, past, present, or future, where you'll find this stream in a time capsule. Don't worry about what year it is, and instead, give Winter Soul YK a follow. They were last playing retro. I would love to know what you were playing, Winter. I gotta admit, since I got back, I've been like trying to lurk on folks' stream, and I know that I had you on for a while, but I hate to use the phrase gun to my head. I don't remember exactly what you might have been playing, but I would love to know. Also, before I forget, Winter is not only an excellent fellow streamer, also a Monster Hunter and fellow Fruity member. So you got more than one reason to give them a follow. Yeah, how's it going? Here's hoping that at the very least you got some fun stuff ahead of you in terms of a weekend. I'm certainly looking forward to relaxing just a bit. Okay, equipment. Let's actually change these darts for the poison darts since we have a bunch of these. I doubt that we can like completely take these guys out just using poison darts, but you know what? Stranger things have happened. Like Stranger Things Season 4. Got him. I don't think that's gonna do much for me though. He's just like, hey, what are you doing over there, bloke? Because for some reason they have like one of these Cockney accents. What are you doing over there, bloke? So that didn't really do anything. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go down and we're just gonna like avoid them like the plague. Just did a cozy Yoshi's Island stream yesterday. See, now that sounds like a wonderful time. I am so stressed out with this game. I would love to instead be playing Yoshi's Island. Fruities indeed. The power of the fruities. Let's get down there. Oh my gosh. They're gonna like knock me off the ladder as soon as I come down. He's like, I'm just waiting to like one-shot you. Goodbye. Just go down. Ah. Dead end, of course. Whoa, keep running. Side of grace, side of grace, side. Yes, side of grace. Just go for it, go for it. Yes. Whew. In my book, finding a side of grace is all the progress I need, honestly. Where are you in this game? So the most recent accomplishment that we have in this game is defeating Morgott, the Fell Omen. I don't know how familiar you might be with Elden Ring. I mean, you might have like beaten the whole game and you're just like, you know, what is this person doing? But yeah, that's the last big thing that I did. And then just been doing some side questing. I'm trying to do the Dung Eater side quest. Because some people tell me that they're like a good summon. And we do love good summons around here because I'm terrible at playing by myself. Okay, so we found... Is this the same side of grace that the guide is telling us? Yes, underground roadside. So... Use care, omen enemies here are particularly deadly. Dash to the left, 2 omens, and jump down a hole in the floor in an area filled with rats. Follow this corridor past the sprouts and up a ladder. And then you have some finger creepers. At last you will see the Dung Eater's cavern, cave, jail. Let's see, pretty familiar. I beat it a few years ago. Yeah, you know, this is, even though I've been playing this game for the past like 2 years or so, I've been playing it off and on. And I gotta tell you, even though I'm not great at it in terms of like making progress, I find reasons to come back to it every time. It's just a good time. It's just cannot open from this side. Okay, that's fine. I know that most people, the only people that are playing Elden Ring are probably the people that are playing the DLC. I hope there's an influx of new people that are playing this game though once the Switch comes out, the Switch 2. Oh gosh, no. That was a dumb thing to do. But we just fell. Not bad. And there's some enemies. Didn't do too many side quests though, so I'm interested in seeing this. Yeah, well, thank you for popping in. I might say that I might actually have to go relatively soon, but we'll see how far we can get. And yeah, I don't know if you saw on one of the tags that I have for this stream is just cheese. What is? I didn't. Okay. Ails, the master of platforming. Okay. Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. Let's admit it. That was bad. To your health. Thank you so much for being here, Winter. But you know, I can see the silver lining in this, because had I not found this side of grace, I would have to like backtrack so much to actually get to where I was. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna just jump down here, because apparently this fall damage is negligible. I like it how sometimes like fall damage can be negligible, but other times it's just like, wait a second, that looks jumpable, and then all of a sudden you're just like dead. Just dead. Yes, retrieve my lost runes. What? 9,000? Whoa. Can you... What is happening here? Okay, they're gone. Completely ambushed. Pretty much. Try dung. No thanks. We were just talking about lengua just now. Also a thing that I will not try. But I'm sure it's good. Ooh. Did he... Wait, what? Seriously. Goodbye. I panicked. Like Pink once said, we try. So I think the issue here is that I'm getting ambushed way too many times. Just gotta learn my spots. Okay, run in. And jump down. Concerned giant lobster. Yeah. I feel like two of the enemies that I will never be able to well, not never, but certainly have a hard time overcoming in this game are both the giant lobsters and the giant enemy crabs, of course. They always just seem to like pop out of nowhere. And they're surprisingly nimble. Them along with see, and these guys are just hanging out. That's the problem. They're like, oh hey, we'll just wait for you to like walk by and then just rip your guts. Gatsu. Okay, so let me see if I can just try and pick this guy off by using a dart. And this one is coming, of course. But there's more up here, right? The other enemy that I will always just respect in this game are the random giant bears that you find out and about, basically in every single... I hear something. Sometimes I have to just check my 360 because honestly, enemies just happen to pop out in this game. But bears are just, number one, surprisingly nimble too. But also they hit like 5 trucks. Specifically 5 trucks, of course. What is that? Wait. Could you turn around, please? Oh, it died? Oh, it just slipped off and died. Nice. That's the best way to kill enemies, to just not engage. Oh my god, the giant bears traumatized me. Yeah, they're kind of crazy, right? And it's funny because you run past them with your horse and you're like, oh, you know, everything is good. But somehow they might be like 5 blocks away and one swipe will still just like down you and your horse, like dead on your tracks. It's kind of wild. Even when I was properly leveled, I still didn't mess. Yeah, exactly. It's like they'll get a couple of combos into you and you're gone. You're basically gone. Sorry, let me snooze ads for a second. We're probably going to be able to snooze a couple of ads and then we'll probably have to call it, unfortunately, because my partner's probably going to be showing up soon. So let me do that for just 1 second. Okay, snooze ads of 1. Let's see how far we can get here. Ooh, what? How dare you? And of course I didn't aim right. Can you just... Can't believe he was hiding in the box. Sorry, they were hiding in the box. Disrespectful. And of course there's more just hanging out. Right there. There's one right there. Of course. Oh my gosh, another one? I better drink. Flask, not beer. Flask, not beer. It's funny how they kind of just randomly gang up on you. Definitely respect the imps as well. I think it's that kind of thing where you wonder why there's so many of them, and they're also like the enemies that protect those keys. What is it? The stone swords. Like there's always an imp statue attached to like the stone sword. So I wonder if there's like some sort of additional like lore to like imps. I mean, who am I kidding? There's like a lore to everything when it comes to like Elden Ring. Of course. He's gonna pull me into something. Oh, and of course my weapon is not good for close corners. Anytime. Some more smithing stones, which are always a welcome addition to the arsenal. Okay. Can this just be the end, please? Can this... I don't want to go down to the lobster. I don't want to go to the lobster. And there's some enemies there, but there's a treasure. There's a treasure right there. What about that treasure? He's just waiting for me to get it. And as soon as I do that, I'm just too tempted. I'm sorry, this is dumb. This is dumb. Don't do what I'm doing. Goodbye. Can you get off of my... Oh my god. Don't you... It happens to me a lot, but there are times when I will get an item and then I'm trying to like avoid enemies. And I'm like wondering, why don't my attacks work? And it's because the menu thing showing me the item that I got. Oh my god. Is still like right there. Run. Stop aiming, stop aiming, stop aiming. Oh no. Lobster again. Okay, I think let's call it here. Let's call it here. That you've made it. Yeah, thank you for the redeem. That is exactly what's happened here. I think I need to just recenter over here. Let's go to intermission and say goodbye to all the buddies. Thank you very much again for the redeem, Winter. So that's been Elden Ring for today, folks. I hope that you enjoyed seeing poor old Ales cringe. I make no claims that I am good at this game, but I enjoy it a lot. And you know, there's a lot of high-level players out there. I am not one of them. I just like playing the game. So here's thankful for every single one of you that decided to spend part of your afternoon, evening catching up with Ales. So if you're interested in this kind of nonsense, and I have no idea why you would, there's so many better things to do. Go play baseball. Some people seem to like that. But if you're interested, I stream on Wednesdays and Fridays mostly. Next week it'll be Thursday. So Wednesdays I'm doing A Link to the Past, The Legend of Zelda. And then on Thursday it'll probably be some more Banjo-Tooie and maybe some more Elden Ring as well. Fortunately, Friday I actually will be celebrating my partner's birthday, so that'll be a good time. But yeah, if you're interested in what I do post my schedule on a weekly basis. And if you're interested in checking that out, it's generally on my Instagram, generally on my Blue Sky, mostly on my Blue Sky. So feel free to follow me there. Once again, I want to thank everyone that popped in. Winter, of course, appreciate you being here. It's been way too long that I haven't stopped by your stream, so rest assured I will do so soon. Kitty was here earlier as well. We had Spectrum. We had and here I am going to start questioning, like, who else was here? Thea was here, Crabman was here, Rich Lich Glitch with the raid was awesome. And then we also had Inigo. Yeah, so lots of lovely people here today. Very thankful for y'all. Well, let's go ahead and pick a raid target, and somebody that we haven't raided in a long time. I was eyeballing raiding them for like this afternoon, and you know what? That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna raid Michaela, who is an excellent streamer, very awesome person. They are currently playing Final Fantasy 15. We do love the Final Fantasy 15. So I know that you don't have to stay. You can just like mic drop right now and say, you know what, I'm out, Ales, see you later. But it would mean the world to me if you would stick around and say hello to her. Just an awesome streamer, very lovely person. So if you're interested in a raid message, I do have one of those for viewers. And this one is the one for followers. I should copy one of those. I always forget to do that myself. Let's see. Thank you for the stream. Have a great weekend. Very much likewise, Kitty. Thank you so much for being here. But yeah, I'll catch you all in a while. Let me finish this properly. Let's do this the right way. Where's my buttons? As I like to end these things. Good stream, fam. Thank you so much for being here, Winter. As I like to end these things, this is my attempt at having a catchphrase, by the way. Stay thirsty, Elpac. We'll see you again.